Hello, again, this is the Resurrected Hobbyist bringing you another model time session. Tonight I'm going to be continuing work, probably finishing actually, work on the Marauder Bomber. You can already see I've got one of the wings on. I've got the next wing to attach here. I thought I'd glue that down, but I'll glue that back down, so be it. I got to finish the turret. Got most of the front nose turret done. And then got to get the tail. So since I'm nearing the end of this project, I am also going to be talking about ideas and thoughts for my next streaming project. So if you have any thoughts or ideas or whatever, toss them up. I'll talk about them. I got no problem with that. Once again, remember I do have 2 camera views, a high level and a low level. So if I'm working on something and you want to see it from the other angle, just give me a shout. Say, hey, change the camera. Show me the low angle. Whatever. I will switch the camera. Excuse me, I'm fighting off a little bit of a cold. Trying to prevent it from becoming a bigger cold. I hate seasonal colds. I hate most colds. That was annoying. Especially for me, because I've got a really good immune system. So they will literally just, put me in bed for a day. But, it won't be bad enough to actually, stop me from wanting or feeling like I can do something. So, I'm stuck in bed. Why can't I do anything? Alrighty. So, let's get this guy down. I gotta brace this somehow. Nope, that's not gonna hold it. Alright. So this is going to need tape. Okay. So let me put that off to the side to let that dry. Yep. Ow. Alrighty. Let me finish up the turret. Alrighty. There we got all that. So I need 18, 18A, and 18 Ox6. Nope. Negatory. Nope. Here's 18A. And there's 18. Okay. Hey, Creepy. I am building. Hang on just a minute. I am building a cardboard version of a Warhammer model called the Marauder Bomber. Hang on just a minute, I'll pull up an image so I can show you. Excuse me. Okay. Why do you not want to cooperate? So be it. There we go. So that is the Marauder Bomber model from Forge World. Move that down so it's actually under my overlay like everything else is supposed to be. There we go. So yeah, right now I am, well, not finished, but I have a sizable amount of it done, as you can see here. Okay, I just added this wing today, about 10 minutes ago, if even that, and I needed the tape to hold in place. Thank you. If you're interested in seeing the entire build process, check out my page on YouTube. I have a playlist of most of it. I had one video that got screwed up and I can't export it to YouTube. Stupid Twitch. But such is life. Yeah, hopefully, well, not really hopefully, but expectedly, I will be finishing up this project tonight, and I will decide what my next streaming project will be. So if you have any thoughts or suggestions on that one, feel free to shoot out. Yep, Resurrected Hobbyist. If you want, I can toss a link up in the chat window. Not really. I mean, I've seen the Destiny games, they look impressive, but everything I ever hear about them, it's like, oh, it's another MMO. So I never really had any interest in it, and thus having no interest in it, never really looked at any of the visuals or the models from it. Was there something specific you were thinking about? I might like just cut my head open on that lamp tonight for some reason. I like the ghosts in those Lotus ship. Yeah, the intercontinental shipping is quite a pain in the butt. But I have to check out the ghosts. There was one guy who posted in one of the Warhammer groups I'm on in Facebook. Basically had, I don't know, I think it was like 160 boxes. I mean, just empty boxes from his Warhammer stuff that he's bought and built. And he said, I have no idea what to do with all the extra boxes. Does anyone have any suggestions? And I messaged him and say, hey, I doing, a live stream where I'm principally dealing with cardboard builds like this one. So if you can get me a rough weight of all the boxes, I will check shipping cost, and I will buy the entire stack of boxes from you for $50 plus shipping and handling. Well, he's in London. I went and looked up shipping cost. It'd be about $70 to ship them. Hey, Revy. It's not fair. The cost is really borderline silly. Yeah, you're pretty much right on that one, Creepy. I finished my first Space Marine in my color scheme. Just finished second too. Sure, toss up a link. Let's see what you got here, Revy. Excuse me. Okay, I see a lot of black. Nice job on the purity scrolls. What did you do with the eyes? Did it? Yeah. Well, no, actually, it didn't delete it in the chat window. Just on the what's the word? On the stream live. So, like, if you're in the chat room, actually, no, it did delete it there. Interesting, it didn't delete it on my system. Mind if I toss it up in the stream? Cool, thank you. Wow, you just do not like switching to the window capture, do you, OBS? Okay. Alright, let me move this down so it's under the overlay. There we go. Alrighty. So, this is Revy's newest Marine. Unfortunately, I've got so much glare on my screen, it's hard to see the colors straight. Okay, nice black. Like I said earlier, really nice job on the... I love when my brain leaves me hanging like this. The thingy on the leg. Purity seal. That's what I'm looking for, purity seal. Nice job on that. And he said the lenses in the eye were Screamer Pink and Drakenhof Nightshade. Is that what he said? Yeah, there you go. That's what he said. Screamer Pink with Drakenhof Nightshade. I am really going to have to try that particular combination. Because, like, I'm just kind of, like, filtering it in my mind, and I'm looking at going, what is different about that? Like, I don't see that kind of effect coming from just that paint and that wash. But I could be wrong. It does absolutely look good. Like Civil War models or reenacting Creepy? Also, where'd you come up with the screen name Creepy Kangaroo? I'm like, were you trying to do like a supervillain of Captain Kangaroo or something? Yeah, so these blocks definitely should have been further forward on the turret base. 25mm models, nice. My father has a series of blah. I can't think of the size right off the top of my head now. They're larger than 28mm, but they're the Civil War generals. You might want to ask your daughter if she's had any bad dreams involving kangaroos. Could be 35mm. I'd have to go look at them. I haven't actually looked at them in, I don't know, dawn of time. Alright, so now I'm looking for part 30, 37, 37B, 37A, and 37 Ox 6. 37, 37B, 37OX6, 37A. Yay, they're all in one piece. Awesome. That makes this easy. Well, easier at any rate. She used to like the film Kangaroo Jack, so I think it has something to do with that. But with her, you never know. Yeah, parents very rarely actually know about their daughters in that regard. I was chatting with a co-worker of mine the other day. I found a picture of a guy that was playing with his daughters, I guess would be the word. He's basically sitting there on the couch with playing his PlayStation, while his two daughters, they look like they're about 6 and 4, or 5 and 3 maybe, are sitting there painting his toenails. And I sent my coworker the picture. I was like, "Hey, Ian, is this going to be you next year when your daughter turns 4?" And he just kind of laughed back and said, "Yeah, probably. Like, the good news is it'll be on my toes, so no one outside of my family ever sees those." And I'm like, dude, even if it was like your hands, all you have to do is say, "My daughter is 4." And anyone who has a daughter is going to understand it right away. Didn't quite get that close enough. Alrighty, you too, Creepy. Thanks for joining me while you could. And like I said, you can check out my past broadcasts on YouTube under Resurrected Hobbyist. Alright, I'll pull it up in just a minute, Revy. Need to get this glued down. Wow, this piece is just really not cooperating with me. Alrighty, let's see what you got, Revy. Alrighty, do. Oops. I just turned off the chat window. Reload. You still do not want to capture, do you? What is going on with my chat window? There we go, my chat window is back. Okay, so let's see what we got here. Okay, got the Sergeant Marine, I'm assuming. Well, at least a Marine with a semi-exposed head. I do love that new ventilator piece that they made with the newest tactical squad. I like the combat knife on the back of the, well, there's no other word for it, butt armor. So is the paint scheme your own devising, Revy, or is it based on something else? The paint scheme, the coloring that you paint the Marine with. Let me turn down the music. There we go. Because it almost looks like it's based on the Black Templars. Just no knightly heraldry on it. Which is actually kind of impressive when you realize we're talking about Space Marines. Yeah, darker metallic colors are an absolute pain like that. There it is. So I can certainly feel you on that one. Alright, let me see if this is the right size. Sweet. I am not going to have to cut them all out individually. Yeah, one thing I did notice in your paint, or the pictures anyway, there's a, what's the word, kind of grainy or sandy texture to the model. I would take a look at the primer you're using and see if maybe it's gone bad, or try shaking it up a little bit more next time before you spray. Or what you can do is use it to your advantage and use that for applying layers of dirt and battle debris and stuff like that on the model. Because if it has the rough texture, it's really great for a very light dry brushing to get kind of a dusty effect on it. Or, where are you? There you are. come here. Wow, my pigments do not want to come out of the shelf. You all suck. Come on. I think I just found my new streaming project, getting my pigments out. Something else you can do. Let me switch to the low angle camera. There we go. Since it's got the texture to it, for lack of a better word, like brown and gray pigments are a really great way to apply a dirt buildup on the model. Fluff-wise, they're called the Knights of Omega and are an Alpha Legion Splinter with close ties selecting. I like sanding. Yeah, so that would be my suggestion. Try some Vallejo pigments. Just basically all you do it's basically just a fine powder, and you brush it on the model. Since you've got that rough kind of uneven texture on it already, it should provide a really great texture to hold the pigment on there. Okay. Let me switch back to the high angle again. There we go. What's up? I painted a Sigmarine the same color on gray and even base color and didn't like it at all. Yeah, let's see what you got. I'm not really sure I can envision that just based on your description. Okay, let's see what you got. Okay, and then back down to... Okay, so this is the Sigmarine in the same kind of metallic black. Yeah, I see what you mean. This is the white. God, I cannot speak straight. Yeah, and this is on the gray base coat, you said? Huh. Yeah, and see it's kind of got like a duller luster to it. Yarf. It certainly gives you more material or more definition to work with to give it a more lively look, like he's actually doing something besides parade rest. Yeah, give me just a minute to put this piece on, and I will grab a model that I've done the pigments on, and I'll give you an example of what the effect they have on model. Alrighty, be right back. If anyone comes in before I get back, just tell them I'll be back in just a minute, Revy. Okay, I'm back. Let me switch to the low angle camera. There we go. So this is a Gundam model. It's a 144 scale of the MS 07B3 Gauf. And that is an absolutely atrocious lighting job on that camera. Alright, let me switch to the high angle. It's going to be a bit more of a challenge, but so be it. This is a kit that I did use pigments on. It's actually the first kit I experimented with them on. A really good example of what the pigments can do. If you see down here on the leg, the dirt and dust buildup, that was all done with pigments. I used a combination of brown, black, gray, and just a little bit of rust or ochre oxide for the pigments on this guy. Because the scene I was attempting to recreate was from the anime itself, where he was fighting in a cityscape. So there'd be a lot of rock dust, concrete, steel particles, stuff like that flying around. Let me adjust the camera a little bit here and try the low angle again. Oops. Yeah, let me just turn off the chat window. Okay, that's a little bit better. So, but you see the way it tends to cling to the texture in the model, creating the dirt and dust buildup that's a lot more subtle than, say, a paint can do by itself. But yeah, like I said, might want to try the pigments. Be a good way to add kind of a dirty, dusty look to the model. And put that guy back down. It's worth looking into, I say. Yeah, and like if you want to save some cost, one thing you can try before you invest, $6 in each bottle of pigment is artist pastels. You can buy a box of like 24 colors and grind them down into kind of a cheap pigment. So you'll be able to experiment a little bit with it. And definitely time for me to switch my blade. I am expecting to finish the model tonight. Give me just a minute to pop these pieces out, and I'll show you where how far the model is. Yeah. So here is the model where it stands so far. As you can see, I still got to do the engine intakes. I am working on the front turret now. I have to finish the back turret and the tail fin. And then it will be... Oh, and I got the engine exhausts to do. And then it will be done. Goddamn seasonal colds, go away. Out of 36. Ugh. Yeah, been there. Ow. Yeah, no blood. I'm not laughing at how long it took you. I'm just laughing at how long or what the unit of measurement you're using. It's like all the Marvel movies. Fair enough. Of course, now I've got this mental process of how do you explain time relative to movies. I'm just thinking, like, this task took me the entire Lord of the Rings trilogy. There we go. Is it strange that the only weapon I don't like in Warhammer Tabletop are lightning claws? No. I'm not exactly a fan of them either. I like the look of them, but I think the rules kind of suck. Yeah, I'm right there with you. Of course, I play Chaos, so it's not like I get a lot of options in that regard. Yeah, I mean, like I said, I like the look of them. I just don't like the weapons. I mean, I don't like the rules for them, I should say. There we go. Alrighty. So I need 54 whatever. 54E, 54A, 54 Ox6, 54B, and 54. So I'm looking for 54. Bingo. It's coming up too, isn't it? Yeah, it is. Oh, yeah, boy. I am so using 3M adhesive spray next time. I have. The big difference with a wet palette is you go from roughly 5 to 6 minutes paint time when you're using like a dry palette to, I'd say, about 35 to 45 minutes paint time. I mean, like, before you have to add more paint because the paint you have on the palette is dried out. Using a wet palette is a little bit more difficult to control the water amount. Honestly, I have rarely ever painted on paper. So if I do paint this model, I'm going to seal it first with a matte varnish. Actually, for me, I find it easier to control my water on the wet palette. I may have used the wrong terminology. Basically, like on a dry palette, you basically just add a drop of water, or 2 drops of water, or 3 drops of water. Yeah, I mean, if you seal up the palette so that it doesn't dry out, it'll keep the color, it'll keep the paint good for, I mean, at least 72 hours. Yeah, but the thing with wet palette is you're drawing water up from the bottom of the palette to the paint via osmosis. So adding more water isn't going to actually give you more water in the paint. Unless you're adding it to the top of the palette, in which case you're just kind of defeating the purpose of using a wet palette. I couldn't tell you what day it was. What movies did you watch in what order? Goody, and I get to hold this for a few minutes. Ooh, and SF Debris did a review of Wing Commander 3. I know what I'm checking out tonight after I finish streaming. Today people fully bullied me to buy a webcam so I could stream some pain. I mean, you absolutely can, dude. Ah. There we go. Yeah, that's one thing I'm grateful for, is my skin seems to regenerate from minor injuries. Of a demi guy? I'm not sure I know that term. I never know. You can get into drag performances. You don't know what a drag performance is? Ah, son of a braggart basket eater. Stay put. I already act like enough of a guy, people say. Hey, it's all about how you want to act and be perceived. Sorry if you hear me snickering, it's because while I'm holding this piece to dry, I am reading this. While growing up, I had nothing but men around me, which didn't improve when I took up serious self-defense and kickboxing, which didn't improve further when I joined infantry. I don't know, maybe it's just my own sadistic mind, but I'm kind of looking at that scenario, and my first thought is target-rich environment. Okay. Now I gotta find the rest of the 54s. Not my targets, at least not in the way I think you're thinking. I don't know, I'm thinking target as in my fist meets that point that I intended to hit. Or foot, knee, elbow, shoulder, thigh, whatever. What, do you think I was talking about, like, dating them or something? Hell no. Oh, there they are, right in front of me. Yeah, no, one thing that I have absolutely zero tolerance for, well, actually I have several things that I have zero tolerance for, but relevant to this particular conversation, one of the things that I have zero tolerance for is sexism. I mean, unless the competition is something like, I don't know, penis length, or, baby production, or I don't even know what else would actually be relevant to this. Like, I don't care if the other person is male or female. Can you do the job? Yes? Great, go do it. That must have made marching a interesting situation. Does your thing hang low? Does it juggle to and fro? Can you tie it in a knot? Can you tie it in a bow? Sorry, I couldn't resist that one. Flaccid to his knee. Jesus. There was an article I was reading the other day. A lingerie company. I can't remember the name of the company off the top of my head. But they started a program. Basically, it's intended to increase awareness. Specifically about, working with women and dealing with, women's problems. This particular part of the program had all the men in the company, or at least all the men who participate in the program at any rate, carrying around a set of weighted, what's the word? Of hanging weights that would, hang on their chest, to simulate breasts. And the big thing that kind of caught my attention about it was the amount of weight in them was intended to simulate E-cups. And it just kind of struck me as a little odd, like, why E-cups? It just kind of struck me from your comment about the guy in your unit. Maybe they're just trying to go for like the largest average or something. Well, the big thing that the video was pointing out was the amount of strain that much weight, off-center, for lack of a better word, has on the shoulder and backs of the person that has it. Really? Extreme. First thing red is flaccid talkers. Welcome to the conversation, Butters. Yeah, no topic is off limits. The only thing I ask is that we keep it civil, you respect other people's opinions, and that they may differ from yours. Yeah. Goddamn, now I'm like trying to like imagine that. I'm like, how would he even like put on his underwear? Well, I'm pretty sure the folks that were in his bunk didn't even know. For stupid reasons, I slept with company command. Uh huh. Come on, little bugger. Glow. Which branch of the service were you in, anyway? Ah, jumpers. Think we scared Butters off? Something like that. I've seen about 12 episodes of South Park in total, and 9 of those were for a literature class. Oh, good God, what do you people want? Go away. Okay. So 33A, 35, and then the side panels. Where are you? There you are. So 35. Yeah, I never had any interest in the show. Like I said, I took a literature class, or English class, that was focused on writing papers. So what the teacher would do would give us 3 to 5 reading assignments, then 2 to 3 episodes of South Park that nominally dealt with the topic being talked about in the reading assignments, and we'd have to write a paper on whether we felt the writers of the show were pro option A or pro option B on whatever the topic was. Yeah, Toroge puts a lot of details into his templates. If your hand's shaky after a workout, you might want to keep an eye on that. Could just be post-workout tremors, or could be neurological problems. It's muscles being stupid. Yeah, had those days. Alrighty, gonna turn off the microphone real quick so I can heat blast this piece, and I don't want to blow out your eardrums. Okay, I'm back. Workout, stupid me. I don't really do workouts anymore. Wrong word. Freestyle training, way worse than a workout. Yeah, I don't do regimented workouts myself, but I know enough about them to understand freestyle is way more demanding. Ah, blast. Where'd that piece go? There it is. Ah, I do not want to lose these pieces. I do not want to cut them out again. Put those over here. What? Yeah. So what do I think of this 40K story outline? Is there a particular outline you're referring to, or just the general narrative that they've been developing over the last 3 or 4 editions? Oh. Yep, that's fine. Take your time. I'm planning on being here till at least 10. Probably more like 11. Joy, holding another piece. Yay! Hey! Not. A sanctioned striker stationed with a catachan Byrovian regiment stationed to defend a forged world from a minor chaos insurrection. Okay, fairly decent start. I will be right back, Revy. Okay, I'm back. The catch and Colonel is on. One about injured and dies, but is then replaced in the field by a demon. Could definitely have a very good Who Goes There kind of vibe. slowly while the troops are trapped. The demon sows corruption first within the ranks of the Catachan, and then the Byrovian regiment, and after a while in one big swoop overnight. What is this outline actually for, Revy? Like, is this a background for an army you're developing, or like a story you're writing, or what? Just an idea first roast. I mean, it's kind of hard to answer whether or not I think you should pursue it, because I can't really tell what your intended end goal for it is. As it is right now, you've got a really, really strong foundation for a great narrative. I just can't tell whether you're trying to do it as like a focused story, like this is happening and the whole story is about trying to stop the demon or undo the warp storm, or if it's meant as a backstory for why this planet was cut off for, 5,000 years or whatever, that led to, this particular chapter of Marines being the way they are. Because, I mean, like, if you want to go with, as a story, like, focused on this particular series of events, I think you've got a fantastic start. I think you'd have a lot of psychological horror fun with it. And I would recommend you try and find a copy of the short story of blog. Damn it, I can't think of the name of the story now. John Carpenter's The Thing was based off of it. Hang on, I gotta look this up. This is gonna bug the hell out of me now. Come. It's the novella called Who Goes There by John Campbell Jr. This is backstory. Now we go to the part that will form the story. Okay. What do you got? I mean, like I said, I think you've got a wow, I'm just going to make up all kinds of new words now. I think you have a fantastic foundation for a setting. Psyker, she escapes this certain insurrection and hides within the vast complex of the hives and forges, constantly moving, using her psychic ability to hide, or in very dire situations defend herself. Okay. Excuse me. And now there's this thing that happened that the demon didn't see coming. The warp storm spits out a Black Shield Space Marine, hailing from the Thousand Suns that's been spit out into the bowels of the city as the warp grew stronger and stronger in presence upon that planet. Okay. Ow. One day, while running from completely corrupted Catchins that found her hiding spot, the Psyker, let's call her Elan, stumbles and falls and is being held up. He wordlessly kill her pursuers and turn his gaze upon Elan, feeling the psychic well of power within her. I mean, if he got dropped out of a warp storm onto a planet that he doesn't know what it is, in the midst of everything else that's going on, yeah, I could see him kind of look at someone with psychic power and going, "You, tell me what the hell is going on." Well, even more so if he's a Thousand Sun. I mean, Thousand Suns literally live and die by information. Wouldn't be a lot to get to know. I'm pretty upfront and pretty straightforward. I don't hide much. Also, what is with the smelly cheese? Okay. There we go. Oh, darn, I was kind of thinking you were going in the direction of like she had multiple personalities or something. Nah, I'm just teasing. I mean, like I said, it's a really great foundation. I mean, the first question that would come to my mind out of that outline is the whys. Like, as an example, like, why is the demon going through all of this? What is his gain? Why does the Black Shield get dropped off here? That kind of thing. It doesn't even necessarily have to be answers that you give in the story, but just from the perspective of the writer, knowing what's going on behind the scenes will help a great deal. A good example I can give you of what I'm kind of referring to. Are you into anime at all? I was actually going to reference a particular series. The series Robotech. Basically, the series starts off... Which way do I have this? Yeah, like that. Basically, the series starts off with the notice that Earth is involved in the Third World War. When a giant alien spaceship crashes in the South Pacific. Over the next 10 years, humanity kind of bands together and rebuilds the spaceship, trying to reverse engineer the technology. And, you know, all that fun stuff. The thing that they slowly explain and reveal over the following... I gotta stop and think about this a minute. Roughly 4 TV series, like 4 entire series, not seasons, but series, is the ship, like why the ship is so important, why it crashed, and everything else. And it turns out there's this whole big pan-galactic power struggle going on from multiple races over a material called protoculture. And first, the alien Zentradi are sent to retrieve the battleship because it has a source of protoculture. Then they find out the Zentradi are the soldiers of the Narf. I can't remember the name of the race that is in charge of the Zentradi. But anyway, they are the servants, the soldiers slash slaves of this other race who are attempting to recover the protoculture, who stole the material to make the protoculture from another race called the Invid. And the only ship that ever had this material was this ship that originally crashed in the beginning of the first series. But then it turns out the Invid were involved in this long-standing war with the Shadow People, who hate everyone that uses protoculture because they use protoculture. I mean, all of this was, like, thought out before the series started. So even though this is information that got filtered down over the course of, like, 10 years, they were able to work all of the details together so that the narrative was there. It made sense when everything was revealed. I think something similar would help out a lot with your outline. Basically just having a reason why, the demon is doing this, what his desired end goal is, and likewise why the Black Shield shows up. Maybe it's demonic rivalry. The demon is trying to gain more favor, and one of his rivals is like, no way, bitch, I'm going to throw a monkey wrench in your engine. And, he dropped whatever, the other demon, drops a Black Shield in the middle of it, knowing that he will find the Psyker. Or I should have put this on before I glued these on. Oh well. No, not really. I'm just taking the outline that you've already provided and asking certain relevant questions to get the creative thoughts processing. I mean, yeah, don't sell yourself short. You've done a fantastic job getting a strong foundation going with just what you've typed up here. Don't take the fact that, my reading it encourages me to ask certain questions about the story as any kind of negative. That is a very, very good thing. But actually where I wanted to take this was in a Gotrek and Felix kind of way. Two unusual friends traveling through the galaxy and adventuring together. This little overplot would create something amazing. It absolutely could. A thought that I just had, I'm just going to throw it on the table. Take it, don't take it, whatever. Instead of making the Marine a Black Shield, make him a... oh, blarg. My brain is just not cooperating with me today when it comes to names. It's a Space Marine chapter that basically hates psychers. I can't think of the name of the chapter right now. but make the Marine from that chapter. So it's a little bit more like a hostile odd couple kind of thing going on. Like the Marine would literally wants nothing more than to burn the Psyker, because Psykers are filthy, dirty heretics and deserve to be burned, all that thing. But she's also the only ally he has. That's it. Black Templar. Thank you. Actually, I just thought of something. Did you ever see, or well, I can't really say, did you ever see, did you ever get into the rebooted Battlestar Galactica at all? I mean, the Black Templar are a crusading chapter. In a lot of ways, they are the last remnant of the Great Crusade. Okay. One of the things... do you know... anyway, the basic setup in Battlestar Galactica was there are 12 human worlds that have been destroyed by the Cylons, a robotic race. Oh, Lord, my sympathies for that. So the survivors are all huddled together on this fleet that's trying to escape the Cylons and find Earth. They call it the 13th colony, but it's Earth. But one of the things that they did a lot of was what I would call apocalypse politics. Like, as an example, in the first 2 episodes of the entire series, when all the ships are gathering together, the acting president of the Alliance has to make a call because they believe they're being tracked by the Cylons. Roughly half of the fleet that they've assembled are capable of jumping to light speed, the other half aren't. So the president has to make a choice. Do I stay and risk everyone's life, or do I jump now and save half of everyone's life? And I mean, for the drama point, she makes the order and jumps. But then in the next episode, or 2 episodes later, they've gotten this whole fleet together. Every one of them can jump. But exactly 22 minutes after they jump each time, the Cylons follow them. Something that, in theory, they should not be able to do. And they ultimately discover one of the ships has a tracking device on it that the Cylons are using to track them. And at the end of the episode, one of the pilots is given the order, shoot the ship down, destroy it. And this is before they have any confirmation that the people who were originally registered as being on that ship haven't been moved to another ship. So for all they know, that ship is full of civilians. And again, they do what they have to do in order to save themselves, or save more than they lose at any rate. But both of these events are referenced later on, mainly for political reasons, as politics has, of course, survived the only thing you don't want to survive the apocalypse, and it's always a thing that does. And, you know, these actions are brought up in efforts to discredit the opposition. You know, you left half of this fleet here. You gave the order. You pulled the trigger. And all that. I mean, these are all events that, from the viewer perspective, they had to do. Otherwise, they would be dead and the series would be over. But it was always fascinating to me to see the in-universe look at it. And I'm like, okay, the human race is down to 35,000 people. You do not have the luxury of saying, you know, you could have saved that 200 people, or you don't have the right to sacrifice 500 people to save 10,000. Where was I going with this? I have no idea now. I had a point when I started talking about this, and I can't remember what it was now. So, but actually where I wanted to take it eventually was in a Go Trek and Felix kind of way. Two unusual friends traveling through the galaxy and adventuring together, but wrapping this all over plot could create something amazing. What's the Black Templars? I think that wouldn't work well with what I have in mind. That was when I recommended making it a Black Templar. Arg. Okay, well, sorry for yammering your ear off for the last 10 minutes. I had a point when I started talking. For the life of me, I can't remember what it was now. Yeah, I can't remember what it was either. Narf. No, and that's fine. I was just kind of throwing the idea of the Marine being a Black Templar on the table because it's something that would be in opposition to the other character being a Psyker. Alrighty, so let me put you up there to dry. Engines. So I'm looking for 71, 78, 79, 79A, 79 Ox6, and 80. I'm going to want to print 76 Ox6, 79, 78 out on cardstock. Let me pull those up. Alright, so I'm looking for 78, 79, and 79 Ox 6. 50. Yes, of course, that would be it. Okay. As for the reason I'm dropping this Black Shield on this particular place, which could be wrapped up in greater intrigue, is a simple teleport mishap. There was a line in a movie, I can't think of what the movie is now. An accident is the will of the universe made manifest. I think a similar idea would work well here. Basically, it's like the Marine absolutely believes it's just a mishap. You know, oops, something happened, he got lost in the warp, and then the warp spit him out here. Which is fine, that's perfectly alright. But at the same time, what if he finds out, no, it wasn't an accident. It was someone grabbing him off the teleporter pad, throwing him into the warp until he's needed, and then giving him a little nudge to fall out where he wants him to be. Rotate 180. File, print. Blah. Because for the Black Shield, it feels like I was just getting my squad out of this fight. When now where the flying F am I? Yeah, that would be pretty much exactly what it would be like. There is a audio drama, or not an audio drama, audio play. Battle for Pandorax. That has a similar kind of setup to it. Short version, you know, it's the middle of the 40th millennium, and the Inquisition is trying to prevent Chaos from opening this sealed demon portal, and they find out there is a Grey Knight that is watching it. The Grey Knight fought in the Heresy, and he has been in suspended animation ever since. Oh, okay. Usually when I reference Pandorax, most people have never heard of it, so... I don't know if I would put it as amazing, but it's certainly an entertaining book. Now, actually, quick question. Are you referring to the Horus Heresy Pandorox, or the other one? Let me see if I can find the actual name of it. Huh. I could have sworn it was the Horus Heresy era one that was called Pandorox. Yeah, no, that's the same one I'm thinking of. Okay. Yeah, Epimetheus. Formerly of the Dark Angels. I could have sworn the Horus Heresy one was called Pandorox. I know there's a Horus Heresy book that has the name Pandorox in it, though. Yeah, oh, blarg, I should remember her name. I was literally just listening to the audio version of it earlier. Shira Hagen. Oh, come on. Alrighty, be right back. Gotta load the printer. Okay, I'm back. The Damnation of Pythos. Maybe that's what I was thinking of? I could have sworn it actually had Pandorox in the name, though. Alrighty, so now I'm looking for 77. Yeah, but one of the things I loved about Pandorox was it was the first real introduction to the idea that Abaddon is a schemer and a planner. Because it was like, think about it, he shows up on this world to claim it, and there is a, demonic relic that can literally make an army at the drop of a hat. There is a greater demon, the likes of which even the Grey Knights are scared of, that, if freed, would pledge itself to Abaddon. And those are the bonuses for what he's after. Is like, yeah, being able to make a demonic army at the drop of a hat, that's nice. I'll certainly take it if it's available. But that's not my first priority. You know, oh, the giant plague demon, the likes of which even make the Grey Knights crap themselves. Yeah, he's cool too. You know, I'm not going to say no to his help, but that's not what I'm here for. And of course, then you find out what he is here for, and you're like, oh dear. Shit just got way real. My mic is on. Yeah, it is. Okay. So that's 77. So that's that one. And then 78 is that one. Then 79. Alright, I guess it does go inside of it. Okay. Yeah. That's one thing that I'm glad Games Workshop is trying to rectify. Because if you ever get your hands on the 3rd edition, 4th edition, Eye of Terror Campaign Codex, one of the stupid moves that the authors did back then was they had a line that specifically said, 12 times the despoiler has marched forth, and 12 times he has been beaten back. Yeah. Unfortunately, a lot of people took that line to mean he's failed 12 times. Now, thankfully, in the last several years, they've started making headway to rectify that with, no, the Imperium thinks he failed 12 times. You know, Pandorox is a good example of it. You know, oh, Abaddon is going after the Demon Cache and the Emerald Prisoner. Well, we stopped him from getting control of the Demon Cache and the Emerald Prisoner. We win! Yay! Yeah, you didn't actually beat Abaddon. He actually got what he wanted and left. Alrighty then, 79A. Yeah, and Abaddon having a pure version of the Grey Knight Gene Seed is... yeah, there is no good coming from that. At absolute freaking best, Fabius Bile will waste it. And it will be of no immediate value to anyone. But Bile is still oath sworn to support Abaddon. Yep. Yep, he did. Really? Okay. Ah. Right in front of my face. Alright, so 3 millimeters. Where's my pencil? And actually, the really, really, really scary part, if you read Talon of Horus, you find out just how capable Fabius Bile actually is in terms of geneticism. He actually did manage to, well, it's a little unclear. He either cloned or resurrected Horus. So handed that guy the Grey Knight gene seed. Ooh dear. Yeah, he killed Horus. But it's still the point of Fabius Bile was able to resurrect Horus, to say nothing of everything else he had hanging around in that cruiser. What was it called? The Pulchritudinous? The Flesh Market? Oh, you haven't read Talon of Horus? Oh dear. God, I'm kind of in a bind then. Because, it's written by Aaron Dembski Bowden, who is literally the #1 author as far as... Not yet. It is on my list. But Talon of Horus is written by Aaron Dembski Bowden, who's basically my #1 Warhammer writer, period. And he does such an amazing job that he crafts the scene in such a way. I could tell you what happens in the scene, but I cannot do it justice without just reading the book to you. He gives Horus and Abaddon such life and such character and vitality that it's easy to understand why Abaddon is the Despoiler, why he is the Chosen of Chaos, why he is something more than just another Chaos Lord. I am just destroying that piece. Yep. He also did the Night Lord trilogy. The First Heretic, Emperor's Gift. I mean, the man is an amazing writer. I have yet to find a single book written by him that I have not loved. Yep, there is. There absolutely is, my friend. And I've got to be honest, it is literally the reason the Night Lords don't suck. I've always liked the idea of them as well, but there was a problem with them when it came to them being traitors. All the idea of them being the absolute terror weapon, you wind up being left with this question of how were these guys ever actually trusted to be, loyal? Like, how were these guys trusted not to massacre everyone they came across just for grins, giggles, and jollies? Basically, how were these guys ever loyalists? And, through Aaron Dembski Bowden's writing, he answers that question. The really interesting thing that he does with them. Yeah, Conrad Kurz did. But remember, Conrad Kurz is not the Night Lords. The Legion very quickly became full of, sociopathic killers and gangsters and, if I'm blunt, monsters. And also, to be fair, Kurz didn't have a sense of justice so much as he had a motivation for revenge. What can I say? Good minds think alike. Certainly, Kurz's actions were motivated by a desire for justice, but grabbing a guy, ripping out his intestines, hanging him by his intestines so that he bleeds out to death and is unable to even cry in pain as he literally dies over the course of 8 hours in the public square so everyone can see him because he stole stuff. And that's pretty much right on the money. Conrad is, well, I can't even really say he's misunderstood. It's less that he's misunderstood and more that he has no faith in humanity. I mean, I am trying not to say what I'm thinking. There is a reason the Night Lords are the Batman of Space Marines. Because, Batman doesn't have any faith in humanity. He always has a contingency plan, a backup, that if this person doesn't do what I expect they're going to do, I have a plan to deal with that. The only real difference is Kurz didn't let them disappoint him. He just enacted Plan B. Hmm. Why does the day only have 24 hours? Welcome to why I prefer Audible.com. I know I do. It's on my shelf of stuff to read. And I do mean literally on my shelf. I have a copy of it. It's on my shelf. I think it's book 9? Maybe 8 in my sequence. What's up? And just as a back at you, you really need to read Talon of Horus. Her name was Shira. There was a Facebook meme I saw. God, how did it go? You come upon an orc on lookout, looking out over the edge of the castle wall. You attempt to push him over the edge. You roll a 1. You lightly caress his back to get his attention. The orc attempts to rip your jaw off, and he rolls a 1 as well. So instead, he gently hold your jaw, or gently hold your head lovingly. You haven't read Prospero Burns, have you? Well, when and if you get to Prospero Burns, you need to make it a point to read Prospero Burns and A Thousand Suns. They're not technically a duology, but when read together, they do a really nice job of showing how both the Thousand Suns and the Space Wolves are, basically two sides of the same coin. They're both being manipulated. Oh, so you're still on blah, 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 blah. Either Flight of the Eisenstein or oh, when did that happen? Galaxy in Flames or False Gods? I guess that would have been Galaxy in Flames because False Gods was the preparation for it. Right. See, I want to reread those books, but then that just pushes my reading queue even further back. Yeah, but again, I cannot recommend strongly enough any of the books written by Aaron Dembski Bowden. The man is just a incredibly talented writer. And I am very eagerly awaiting book 2 in the Black Legion trilogy. Alright, do these go back or front? Front. I originally got introduced to Aaron Dembski-Bowden's writing when I was working on a commission piece of the character Talos. And I was told, Talos is the character in the Night Lords trilogy. So I'm like, okay, cool. I'll, rent the first book in the trilogy, read it, and, get a better feeling for the character. Blarg, what was the name of the first book? Oh, Night Lords book series. Let me add a Warhammer 40k in front of that. Soul Hunter is the name of the first book. Soul Hunter, Blood Reaver, Voidstalker are the three books. But I rented a copy of Soul Hunter from my library. I literally read the entire thing cover to cover in 48 hours. I just literally could not put it down. Yeah, it took me a little bit longer than 48 hours to do False Gods. I think I read that in a week. I mean, still an excellent book, don't get me wrong. But it was just when I was reading Soul Reaver, or Soul Hunter, it was like, I cannot put the book down. I have to finish this chapter. Wait, I finished the chapter. What happens in the next chapter? Oh my god, what happens in the next chapter? Oh my god, what does he do? Yeah, sadly I would not be able to do that at work. A friend of mine's recently gotten into 40k novels. Well, 40k and 30k, really. And it seems like every time he finishes a book, he comes up to me and goes, "Dude, I need to start this army." So I've been specifically feeding him certain books just to see what he comes up with for his next army idea. I mostly read at work, and my boss knows me since I came to Germany. I mean, unfortunately, reading Warhammer it's a bit of a challenge to get into because it assumes you know a fair amount of the universe already. I was gonna say my boss gives me a lot of free reign because he doesn't know what the hell else to do with me. I'm one of the hardest working, most reliable people in the store, yet I am tracked on nothing, so he can't actually say I'm not doing my job. Yep, that's on my shelf too. Yeah, it's the whole online equation nowadays. There's nothing wrong with that. I tend to have a lot of acquaintances, but only 4, maybe 5 friends total. Yeah, I've seen a bunch of people that just don't know the difference between, like, a friend and someone they happen to meet. It's like, oh, well, they're my friend. How are they your friend? You've known them for like 4 hours. Ugh. This is always the part I hate most about these scratch builds. Having to hold a piece that you can't clamp. And as for the woman that I am hijacking the stream right now, we are having a discussion in where she says, I am a librarian. And me saying you cannot be a librarian. Girls cannot become librarians. What? Okay, so she's trying to talk about 40K, or you're just joking about 40K? Okay, gotcha. Had me very confused for a few minutes, and I'm like, what? What part of what conversation did I miss? Now, Revy, you should not take delight in torturing others. Unless you're an emperor's children. He was a good character. I didn't much care for him in what was it? Galaxy in Flames. But I really liked him when he was subordinate to Eidolon and Horus Rising. Hard to answer. The only one that I know for a fact survived Istvan from the loyalist side of the equation is Loken. Maybe you just need to stay out of my head, Revy. Although, to be fair, saying Loken survived is a bit of an oversimplification. You know, he survived the way salt being introduced to water survives. It becomes something else. I just know that he will later be there to be recruited by Malcador. Yeah. Unfortunately, there's this nice big old question mark of what happens after the battle for Istvan, but before he gets picked up by Malcador. Also. I really feel like there's supposed to be 4 of those. Let me take a look at the plans. Hmm. There's only 2 of them in the parts list. I'm really thinking this is going to be one of the cases that the developer of the plans is like, they'll just figure out they need to print an extra copy of these. I hate it when they do that. Absolutely despise it. Alright, so I will prepare a second copy of the parts. What was that other one I needed? Hey, whatever works for notes. Alright, Revy, I will be right back. I gotta get the printout. And I am back. Got these two pieces out. Or 4 pieces, excuse me. No, have not read Strachan. I'm not sure I remember which one that is off the top of my head either. Oh, Iron Hand Strachan. Okay, I know which one you're talking about now. I've not read it. That part of my answer has not changed yet. But I do know which one you're talking about now. Alrighty, where are you? 79. There you are. That does remind me of one thing that I was upset they didn't do in the Pandorox book, and that is they didn't give Colonel Strike the chance to shoot Tryphena Brand. Like, just I really wanted to have a scene where he just put a bolt pistol round right through her arrogant little skull. Yeah. Although I'm pretty certain there were a few times he was tempted to shoot Zula, too. I hated her from the moment she mouthed off. Like, I think it was literally the first scene she was in. She got mouthy with, God, I can't remember his name now. The same dude you just mentioned. The Hellhammer, yeah. Actually, funny you mentioned that, because one of the projects I've had on the back burner for a while is basically Trader's Bane Reborn, the Hellhammer that the Jakaro upgraded throughout the course of the book, but then it's destroyed during the last big fight in the story. My idea is, at the end of the book, the Jakaro goes back to recover the tank. And since it's not during a war, he actually has the time to actually, work on the tank. So this is basically like what it would have been had he been able to, have the time to do that. So I actually contacted a sculptor and said, hey, I've got this idea for a tank. I need a custom part. I am looking for a Jakaro that will be in the top hatch, screaming or holding a big wrench over his head, squealing in delight, i.e. KC, out of the top hatch of the Trader's Bane. Well, he came through with, let me switch cameras, this. Yeah, well, I just loved the idea of, like, the Jakaro taking this worthless wreck piece of crap that, they literally, like, found in the jungle that's been sitting there for, 50 years. Probably has more species of worms than has ever been counted in its treads. The treads that are still there and all that. And just rebuilding it into the Trader's Bane. But yeah, like if you want to contact the sculptor that made these for me, his name is Adam DeViet. Actually, let me type his name up in the chat window so people can actually see it. Adam DeViet. Did I spell that right? D. There we go. Yeah, but that's the name of the sculptor who did the original master of this guy. He was talking about selling off more casts of this particular one, plus some other Jacaro themed material he's made. But really great guy. I ran into some problems with money right around the time that I was supposed to pay him, and I was like, hey, look, I've got some problems. I'm not trying to weasel out of it. I swear, I'm not asking you to send it to me without paying for it. I'm just asking, I can send some of the payment now, but I need you to hold on to it for, a month. And he was great about it. He was cool. But, yeah, like, I love the job he did on this guy. Like, this is KC. I was just bragging for you in the other stream. What other stream exactly are you bragging about me in? Ginger Mouse. What's the stream about? Why you shouldn't use silicone duos with silicone-based lube? On a Twitch stream? Huh. I'm going to double check the terms of usage, but I'm pretty sure Twitch has a no sexual content policy. It often glides into those types of... Oh, okay, I gotcha. Yeah, that you can kind of get away with. I thought you meant like her explanation of using different lubes with different dildos was like the point of the stream. I'm like, I'm not so sure that's allowed. I mean, it's not like I'm gonna report it or anything. It was just, really? I'm not sure that's allowed. I could be wrong. And yes, I do see what you did there with the wording. Gotcha. Alright, there we go. Engine intakes 3 and 4 are good. Let me get this guy connected on the back. She has no point to her existence, and the gliding was unintentional. Uh-huh. Sure it was. There we go. Looks like I got 3 more pieces left to do. These 2 intakes and the tail fin. So let me go ahead and do the tail fin, since I need to let those couple other pieces dry. There you are. Is the scale 1:1 to the model. I mean, it's supposed to be the same size as the actual Forge World model. Not really sure if... Well, actually, I know for a fact the models don't actually scale together properly. Otherwise, the Rhino would be about the size of a Land Raider. It should be the appropriate size for use in-game if I were to decide to use it in-game, yes. Still need a Rhino drop pod for my army. I was actually planning on doing 2 tutorials. One for building a drop pod, like building the actual kit, that is, and the other one for building like a really detailed Rhino using a bunch of Forge World parts. Hey, I don't know if you know this, but yes. Let's go and deep strike my Grey Knight Terminators. Yep. Yep, Grey Knight Terminators can absolutely deep strike. Uh, Basically, Forge World makes a couple armor sets for rhinos. Actually, do I have the kit handy? I don't. I've got it up on my storage shelves right now. But Forge World makes a bunch of detailed pieces for rhinos. And there are a couple other tutorials I've run across over the years about adding additional details to the rhino, like actually making hatches that you can open and close, stuff like that. So I was going to do a tutorial on building said rhino. I was going to call it Building the Ultimate Rhino. And I was also going to do another tutorial on assembling the drop pod, because for some reason apparently a lot of people have trouble with that thing. I'm going to take a little bit more off of this guy. Hold on a minute. Which way do these go? Are they two wings or two parts of one wing? They are two wings, because I am missing a part. I need part 31. There's part 31. Okay, so I will cut that out after I do these. I need to make a couple more inserts like these. So this is why you do tracing. Yeah, let me pull up some of the Rhino detail pieces. Warhammer 40,000. There we go. Alright, so on the Forge World website, if you go to Warhammer 40,000, go under, where are you, Space Marines? And where are you? Trying to remember if it's dedicated transports or doors and accessories. Alright, so doors and accessories. So yeah, like they've got the detailed Rhino doors, and Land Raider if you want to do Land Raider for a bunch of the different chapters. And then they've also got the reinforced armor. Inquisition as well. So yeah, I was going to do a tutorial. It's going to be a part and parcel kind of thing. One part of it is obviously building this particular model, but the other part of it is working with resin and other material. Which is exactly why I was mentioning that my intention to do that tutorial. A lot of people are put off by resin because they don't know how to work with it, or they've heard some information that makes them leery of working with it, or they've heard inaccurate information. Yeah, Forge World usually does a really nice job on their stuff. I'm hoping to get more Thousand Suns stuff after the next GW box set releases, or starter game releases. I'm also working on building a, well, not currently working on, but plan to work on building a custom Typhus model using the Forge World, blah, 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 Death Guard Terminator sets. Hopefully it will. I haven't seen any indication that it's a limited release or anything like that. Yeah, a friend keeps asking me to go half and half on Deathmask with him, so he can get the Deathwatch Marines and I can get the Eldar. And I'm like, but I don't play Eldar. I don't want to play Eldar. I don't have an interest in playing Eldar. This looks like I'm going to need 3, maybe 4. Oh, no, I won't. I can work that. Yay! I love it when stuff works out like that. Also wanted to share the Death Mask set with a friend that also does minis, but he only does and plays Fantasy Age of Sigmar. Yeah, I've run into that a couple times too. Here's how you fix that. Hand him any one book by Aaron Dembski Bowden or Graham McNeil. Just tell him, no pressure, just read this one book. If you're still not interested in it after that, nothing else said. Yeah, well, D&D has a learning curve that's basically, straight up. It's not a curve, it's a cliff. Did you read it? I gotta argue that one, but I'll save it for another day. No, I'm saying, did he read it? Okay, so there's also a language barrier involved. I thought they printed most of the books in German as well. Which is not uncommon for a German IT university student, which I find very surprising. Which part of that do you find surprising? Fair enough. To some degree, yeah, it is. But at the same time, the entire point of the internet is variable. Some interesting sound effects for the channel tonight. Is fifth teacher on tonight? Nope, she is not broadcasting tonight. Okay. I'm guessing you're looking at the Forge World stuff, huh? Such memories. Because I remember when Forge World started releasing stuff. You know, the Legion specific upgrade packs, the Chaos specific dreadnoughts, the World Eater upgrade kit, the Death Guard upgrade kit. I can still very firmly remember going, ooh, I want. I remember saying that too. Hasn't actually stopped me from getting Forge World stuff, but I said it. Yep, there it is. There it is, the compromise. I mean, stuff like Primarchs and maybe a Titan, or at least a Cerastus Knight. Yeah, I can certainly understand the sentiment and share it in a lot of ways. But money is a point for me. Just as an example, I don't have $350 for the resin version of this. Hence, why I'm building this out of cardboard. I mean, hell, if money were not an issue, I'd be sporting, a 10,000 point Red Scorpion army. Why not? I mean, you got some nice models, some nice rules. Got a full range of accessories available from Forge World. Actually, if money were no issue, I would be rocking the Black Legion. And that Black Legion would be about 500,000 points and literally have every unit I have ever conceived of for a Chaos Army in it. Yeah, and you would need unlimited money to make that worth it. Be looking probably about $75,000 to $80,000 for a good enough printer. Alright, you're gonna heat blast apart for a few minutes. I'm turning off the microphone. And I am back. But yeah, that is one thing that I keep laughing about, is people keep saying, it's like, oh, well, 3D printing is going to put Games Workshop out of business. And I was like, no, it's not. Not anytime soon, that's for sure. .3D printing is not going to put Games Workshop out of business any more than dot matrix printers put publishers out of business. Alrighty, so it's split in the back. And yet the discussion comes up roughly once a month in the various Warhammer groups I'm in on Facebook. And everyone's like, oh, well, you can just buy a printer for, $200 and, print your own army. I'm like, no. No, you can't. Oh, you saw that, huh? Yeah, the Garo model is nice looking. Oops, that's not going to work. The Garo model and the Mortarion model. Oh, yeah, he saw the Mortarion model. You know, as much as I like Mortarion as a character, I feel like he was developed in opposition to the Death Guard he's supposed to be iconic of. Yep. Yeah, it's about 10 o'clock for me. And you're German... What are you, 6 hours ahead of me? Was it about 4 a.m. for you? Though I did not imagine him as that handsome. Who, Mortarion? Yeah, so about 6 hours ahead of me. Yeah, are you saying you think Mortarion is handsome? The dude who is literally supposed to look like Death? Well, different strokes for different folks. Ah, damn it. Alrighty, let me leave that to the side. I mean, like I said, different strokes for different folks. I do not personally share the opinion that he looks handsome. Of course, then again, he was supposed to literally look like Death. So, yeah, take that for whatever it's worth, I guess. Ah. So before you saw the view of him that basically looks like a skeleton with skin on it. Yeah, I mean, like I said, different strokes for different folks. You know, if you find him handsome, more power to you. I can't share the opinion. Yeah, which, I mean, it's Mortarion. You know, he's literally called the Death Lord. Personally, I'm waiting for Magnus. As do I. And as a Thousand Suns player, I want my Primarch. Like I said, a Thousand Suns and Prospero Burns. I mean, I have the model. The issue is he's motherfucking expensive to field. Yeah, unfortunately, it's 260 points for Iron Man, if I remember correctly. And while he is a level 4 caster, which is nice and all, he just doesn't bring a lot to the army. Yeah, he is. A while back, I had started work on a personal project, basically to revamp the Chaos Space Marine Codex. I mean, it turned into a lot more than just revamping it. But there's the link to the project page, if you want to check it out. Basically, what the project became is I'm going to, well, I'm trying to, let me put it that way, basically make 3 codexes. Chaos Renegades, Chaos Traders, and, Chaos Renegades, Chaos Legions, and Books of Chaos. One of the things that I did with the Thousand Suns is I made them a psychic power magnet. So the more Thousand Suns you have in a unit, the more warp charges they generate. But they don't actually count as psychers themselves. So the idea being, if you want to run Thousand Suns and take Ironman, you actually get a benefit from running Thousand Suns. Well, I understand where your sentiment comes from, Revy. And I agree that Chaos Renegades is not Chaos Space Marines. But that's also why I started making them their own book. The Chaos Renegades, those are the Chaos Space Marines who have turned in the last, 2,000 years. Or those are the Traitor Guard regiments. Those are the Warp Mutants. All that kind of stuff. So, but then if you also look at it, there's Chaos Legions and Books of Chaos. So the idea is Chaos Legions would be, your traitor legions, or, well, the war bands that emulate the legions originally. And then Books of Chaos would be where you have the Chaos cults. But, so far I've done the most work with Chaos Renegades. Well, I can say it's nice and roomy in here. There's a nice window leading out the back. Might put a couch back there. Huh? Did I make the time? I don't think I changed anything about the Tyrant's Claw. Let me double check, because that... Yeah, I don't recall changing anything about the Tyrant's Claw. That should just be a straight carryover. Yeah, that's just a straight carryover. I didn't change anything about the Tyrant's Claw. I did just say Tyrant's Claw, right? Not Tiger's Claw. Nope, the Lightning Claw is... that I couldn't tell you why no one corrected you. But yeah, the Lightning Claw is a power weapon, AP3. Alrighty. Damocles is on my shelf to read. I have not added Blades of Damocles yet. more than I care to admit to. More than I care to admit to. See, part of the issue is I very rarely buy books individually. I tend to buy them in collections, groups, and bundles. So I won't buy like one book. I'll buy like 12. And of course, the other problem is I've started buying books digitally too. Did I read the Flesh Tearers Omnibus? I can't remember if I read that one or not. Yeah, you mentioned you're reading that one. Alrighty, let me put this piece down so it can dry a little bit. And I can work on other parts. I haven't read Damocles. I haven't read much on the Damocles yet. Which I think of Space Wolves mixed with Speed Boys. Shatarius? Not familiar with that name. Yeah, I'm still not familiar with the name. You don't mean Sicarius, do you? Ah. So I gathered. I thought you were using like a legitimate name for one. I'm like, who the hell is Shatarius? It's like, who is he and who do I need to kick in the face that they came up with that as a name? Yeah, it's like I thought you were being like serious, like that was his name. I'm like, who the hell named him Shatarius? Not really. I mean, like, that name would basically just have, please make fun of me, like, written all over it. Hmm. Well, according to Trifina Brand, it did anyway. And even if she was actually being factual in her statement, it only appears to mean that based on the understanding that the Catechins have of from the earth. It doesn't take a huge amount of imagination to consider that a culture could consider from the earth meaning unshakable and unmovable. Thus making someone's honorary title from the earth be one of respect, honor, and dependability. Which, yeah, I'll still take that as a positive. And whatever anyone says about Typhina, what's her face, she knew her stuff. Yeah, she knew her stuff, but she also wasn't above lying and being a contemptuous bitch. So it just really wouldn't be hard to imagine her, lying to strike just to piss him off. God knows she didn't have any issue doing that with Zula. or the Catechins, or Dinalt. Hey, notice I'm not challenging your assertion that she knew her stuff. You know, she was foolish enough to get mouthy with the Catechins in the middle of a frickin' rainforest housing killer creatures. It's like, how many accidents could possibly happen to an annoying, arrogant little blonde bimbo in the middle of a rainforest that has the dragon equivalent of slithering T-Rexes in it? Yes, I am known for killing certain headcanons. Although usually it's Star Trek headcanons that I kill. Yeah. And she's like, yeah, come talk to me when you kill its mother. This is just a baby. Another character I really liked in that book, and it's kind of weird, like, I'm glad they only had him for a little bit, but at the same time, I kind of wanted to have more, even though I know it would have gotten annoying. But Mac, the Catechin who was retarded, I really liked his character, because even with the simplistic speech and the speech pattern that he had, I just really like the way they interpret him, and all the other Catechins are like, yeah, we don't care about his intelligence. He can do the job. We trust him in the squad. Yeah, intelligence is not a requirement here. Yep. Yep, his name was Mac. Yep, that's him. Yeah, the one who was, when he was put in charge of getting the astropath up to the transmission choir, and he went to find volunteers. There were literally 100 Catechins. They were all like, I'm in. Yep, and not a single one of them are going to get more common now. Yeah, well, you said you were on your phone. Yeah, but as soon as he collected the 100 volunteers for the mission, not a single one of them even like raised the idea that someone other than Mac should be in charge of that mission. It was just this very uniform, very solid. You know, Mac has a mission. I'm gonna help Mac out. Alright, looks like the tail is ready to get put on. Yeah, well, a bond of trust is, well, it is a bond of trust. If it is corrupted, it corrupts everyone involved in it. I'm going to need to run a disk cleanup after tonight's session. Go for it. Chances are by the time I get to the book, I won't even remember you said it anyway. Alrighty, so the hive is getting attacked by the town. The White Scar, some Imperial Knights, Armageddon Steel, Legion Catch, and are under Strachan are there. Okay. Yep, pretty standard White Scar approach, yep. Okay. So they come back to the hive, and Strachan's sitting there, cigar in his mouth, feet on the table. The war council consisting of a Space Marine company captain, the Imperial Knight House Lord, and just says, I saw that ambush from here, smoking a cigar on the table, and I don't send my men into a situation they will die for no benefit. As nice as that scene is, and as much of a character moment as it is for Strachan, I do have to say I think that helps illustrate one of the big problems in 40K at this point, and that is everything everywhere is compared against the Space Marines. So it's like, if the Space Marines are actually, what they are, what we are told they are, like, that would not happen. Like, Khan would not be stupid enough to have fallen for that ambush. But then again, that doesn't make for a very interesting book to read either. And we are done. Let me switch to the low angle camera. Yeah, there is no subtle challenge in that. So anyway, there is the papercraft version of the Marauder bomber. Hey, Livin', how's it going? I do particularly like how well the turret turned out on this. Yeah, I literally just finished it about 15 seconds before you said, before you showed up, Livin'. Tail, twin-linked heavy bolter. Turret, twin-linked heavy bolter. And twin-linked lascans in the nose. Actually, I guess it'd be more like this if I wanted to do the, bomber flying overhead. Or it'd be something like this, actually. Yeah, something like that, I guess. Yeah. And yes, that was the sound a 30-something-year-old grown man makes of a bomber flying across the camera. So now I get to decide what my next streaming project will be. Crap, no, don't fall, don't fall. I do not want to be picking up cough drops for the next hour. Yeah, basically that. Hey, like I've said before, there are just times that you have to be a child. So, do you guys have any votes or suggestions on what you would like to see me work on next in my next streaming project? Another scratch build. I've got a crap ton of models I can paint. Or maybe I'll just make my next project cleaning up my desk. That should only take a few streaming sessions. I do have the Hellhammer kit, yes. So, haven't started building it yet. Yeah, I was gonna say, being female does not excuse you from the requirement to be childish from every now and then. I could start working on the Trader's Bane. Yeah, I'm pretty sure I've lost bits in here too. Actually, what I'm pretty sure of is if I ever actually go under my desk and collect all the parts and pieces that are down there, I will literally have enough pieces to start another army. So, but that's also one of the challenges with being ADHD. You have an attention span about that far. Although the Underworld Army, get it? Yeah. Yeah, it would definitely be an Underworld Army, alright. The only question is, under what world? It's not any worse than my jokes, Revy. I'm sorry, Livin', not Revy. Sorry, this is what I get when I've been streaming for almost 6.5 hours. So, anyway, I will be putting up a poll, or a survey poll on my Facebook page. Let me throw a link to that in the chat window real quick. There we go. I will be throwing up a poll in the next hour or so to let people vote on what my next project or streaming project will be. So if you got 5 minutes, swing by and cast your vote. Sorry, I'd offer a suggestion, but I don't know much about what you got and stuff. Well, you can always offer the suggestion. I mean, worst case scenario is the answer is I don't have the stuff for that project right now, but it's something I might look into in the future. Hush, Revy. But yeah, just swing by my Facebook page and cast a vote, drop a suggestion. Just because your suggestion isn't the next project I work on doesn't mean I won't work on it later. So, but with that, I'm going to go ahead and close up the streaming session. Mainly because I do need to clean a lot of this up. Thank you all for joining me tonight. Hope to see you next time. Have a good one.